Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Oxford Preparatory Academy July 25th, 2024 board meeting that's at our central office location. We will start with our closed session at 5 p.m. and our open session at 7 p.m. Our teleconference locations are Saddleback Valley, South Orange County, and then also in the Maldives. Public comment opportunities. Members of the public may make comments on regular meetings of the board of directors regarding closed session items, agendized items, and non-agenda items. Comments may be made in person or via Zoom teleconference. Please turn in your comment card to the executive assistant, Geraldine. Requests for comment may also be submitted via electronic submission or email. Submissions must be received prior to the start of the applicable community input time. If a member of the public wishes to email comments to be read during the meeting, please email them to by 5 p.m. on July 25th, 2024. Public comments may be, including email comments, shall be limited to 3 minutes per comment with up to 20 minutes of public comment per topic on the agenda. Reasonable accommodations. With at least 48 hours notice, any individual with a disability who requires reasonable accommodation to participate in the board of directors meeting may request assistance by contacting Geraldine. Video and audio recordings of the meeting will be posted on the OPA website approximately 24 to 48 hours after the meeting. The public may attend the board meeting in person or via the following Zoom webinar. Meeting ID 320-324-6235. I will call this meeting to order at 5:05 p.m. Let's start with a roll call vote. Member Argwal?
Present.
Member Kagu?
Present.
Dr. Smith? And Member Travis is present as well. Item B, moving to approval of the agenda of the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy's Board of Directors on July 25th, 2024. May I please have a motion?
I make the motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Wait, we gotta do roll call.
Oh, yes, that's correct. Let me read the motion. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy's Board of Directors on July 25th, 2024. I will do a roll call vote with Member Argwal.
Aye.
Member Kagu.
Aye.
Dr. Smith.
Aye.
And Member Travis is aye as well. Members of the public may comment on items listed in the closed session agenda only. To address the board, please fill out a request to address the board of directors and submit online or in person prior to the start of the meeting. When called upon, state your name and whether or not you have children attending OPA schools. Comments are not to exceed 3 minutes per individual. Comments will be accepted for a total of 20 minutes for closed session. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. All meetings are recorded via Zoom. Closed session for discussion and possible action has 3 items. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 4 of the subdivision of government code 54956, one matter. B, public employee appointment, dismissal, discipline or release 54957. C, public employee performance evaluation 54957, a title executive director. With that, I will convene to closed session.
You have to ask if there's any comments on closed.
Is there any comments on closed?
There are not.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we will convene to closed session.
Perfect.
Thank you. Perfect. Good evening, everybody. We are reconvening to open session at 7:26 p.m. There is no action that was taken in closed session. We will return to closed session at the end of the meeting. Next up, flag salute. And in honor of Denali, I would like to ask you to do our flag salute tonight.
Okay, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to recognize tonight our board member Denali Agarwal, our treasurer. As she's been a very, very faithful board member, and I cannot say enough good things about her. Am I turning it over to you?
Turn it over to me, and then I will give plenty of time for board members to speak on your behalf as well. I just want to read a brief bio, and first of all, I want to thank everybody in the galley. We have a galley. All friends and family in honor here tonight. We also have Brian McDean, who is our new dean at the middle school. Present here tonight, welcome. Ms. Agarwal brings extensive knowledge of OPA from a parent volunteer perspective and a financial leader with over 10 years of professional work experience. Ms. Agarwal works professionally in project management, consulting, and various finance roles. Ms. Agarwal has been a highly engaged and active volunteer at OPA South Orange County campus since 2011. Prior to joining the OPA Board of Directors in 2020, she was Honor Society Vice President of Finance and Operations. She is passionate about OPA to the core and ensured that OPA was provided the best and first-class educational experience for all students and providing every tool necessary for teachers so that they could prosper inside of their classrooms. In addition, Ms. Agarwal is on the board of directors for Saddleback chapter of the National Charity League, and I believe you serve as president. And she has her loving and supportive family, as she is joined here tonight by her husband and her 2 children, who have supported her all the way through while she has been a board member and a board director. So that's a big toll not only for yourself but also for your family. We are so honored by Ms. Agarwal's dedication, support, exemplary leadership, and unwavering commitment to OPA. The organization owes Ms. Agarwal a deep sense of gratitude for her long-standing commitment that stems all the way back to as a founding member of SOC. It is our honor to honor you here tonight at this final board meeting, so please accept our gift of gratitude on behalf of the board and myself and our executive team. You will sorely, sorely be missed. So we have a couple things for you. So you have to open this one.
Okay.
The rest you don't have to open, but you have to open this one. This is on behalf of the board and myself and Michael.
Oh, it's lovely, thank you so much. It's a pen with OPA on it.
So you always remember us?
Like I wouldn't be able to forget you guys.
We tried, right?
Thank you so much.
Here is a small gift.
Oh, thank
Our
you.
gratitude
Thank
and
you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Beautiful, thank you.
And then I will turn it over to your fellow board mates to say a few words on your behalf.
Who would like to start?
Paul, would you like to go first?
Should I say my little thing first and then
You can.
officially retire?
Yes.
Okay, I'm formally announcing my retirement from the OPA Board of Directors. Today will be my last board meeting, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Serving alongside my dedicated board mates has been an honor and a privilege. During my term with OPA, starting as a passionate parent volunteer to my term as a board member, my commitment to the success of this organization has not faltered. OPA is more than just a school, it's an opportunity for families to seek a foundation for their children where high expectations is standard. It was what I was looking for back in 2011 when I first found out about OPA, and will forever be grateful for the habits and foundation it built for my 2 children who are now in high school and college. I only leave because I need to focus on my health and family. Although this decision was finalized this month, I think the timing works well with my current term coming to an end. To the staff and families whose hard work and dedication are the backbone of our organization, I extend my deepest gratitude. Your commitment and passion to serve our children has inspired me every day. I hope you continue to be involved with bringing and expecting the highest standards for our organization. To my fellow board members, thank you for your collaboration, wisdom, support, and friendship throughout my term. Together, we've navigated challenges, celebrated successes, and worked tirelessly to advance the overarching mission of Oxford Preparatory Academy. As I step back, I do so with a profound sense of gratitude to have spent time with such stellar individuals who lead with integrity. They have full-time jobs, families with young children, and still give countless volunteer hours to OPA. They are some of the best people I've ever worked with. OPA is incredibly lucky to have these smart, honest, kind, and selfless people working on your behalf. While my time at OPA and on the board may be ending, my belief in our organization's mission remains unwavering. I have full confidence in the capable hands that will guide us forward. Thank you all for the opportunity to serve. It has been a truly rewarding experience and one that I will cherish always. Thank you.
Paul, would you like to go first?
Yeah, sure. That's a tough act to follow, but I will speak about four things about Denali as a parent of OPA. I think your contributions to OPA far exceeded many of the OPA parents' contributions even before you joined the board. I didn't have the pleasure of knowing you as a parent and an honor society leader, but certainly learned a lot about OPA culture and the passion that comes with being an OPA parent. I certainly learned that considering that my son joined 1 week before we shut down for the pandemic. That learning from you guys through virtual sessions in the board meeting as I joined the board was invaluable. So I think your contributions to OPA as a parent, I would treasure. I think OPA would obviously treasure, but then you chose then to give your time as a board member and a board officer. It's been some of the most challenging work that we've done in the past few years, and your emotion shows that. Certainly, without sort of that right balance of intellect and emotion that you bring to the board, I believe we will be short. We will miss that aspect of intellect versus emotion, that balance that you bring to the board. So it has been an incredible honor, and I know each of my board mates, we probably wouldn't have survived if not for the steadfast support that we had for each other. So I thank you for that. My third thing is, as a finance committee, we've spent 2 years now digging through the books together, and you know, I certainly look at sort of the biggest compliment I can give you is that now I have to really go back and think about, hey, what am I going to miss in finance committee now that Denali is not around, the safety net of Denali is not around. So, you know, finance committee will hopefully we'll still get your sage advice, even if it's an informal member of the finance committee or even just as an alumni of the finance committee. I will certainly miss those extra meetings, and you know, but you know, I will sort of end it with 2 points. One, to Denali's family, Sheva and Aiden. Thank you for letting us have your mom and your wife for a little period of time. We probably took more time than you thought you would have her give, but hopefully we're giving her back to you a little bit more battle hardened, a little bit wiser maybe, but hopefully, you know, less stressed than she was when you were on the board. So, but I know just from experience that these things don't work if the family doesn't steadfastly support you. So my personal thanks to you. So I'll end, Denali, with we'll certainly miss you. I will personally miss you. We will miss the camaraderie, but we know that you have to go do other things and serve other organizations. So thank you again for everything that you've done.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Sure. Sorry, you bleed teal.
That's what I was gonna say.
You told me to go next. And you've given a wealth of time and talent to the organization, as has been shared through many capacities over many years. And it's been a rough ride in many ways, but your dedication and passion for student success has surpassed all. And our organization has benefited from your breadth of skills, your expertise, thank you, in a variety of areas including finance, academics, organizational culture, and management. As my colleague, you have exposed me to an abundance of knowledge, especially historical context that has helped shape where OPA is today. You've also been a thought partner, a complaint department, and a friend when personal triumph and tragedy has struck. I consider myself a better board member having served with you, and I wish you all the best in your life without us.
Denali, this is so it's honestly been an honor and a privilege. I've always said that, whenever we wanna know what OPA stands for, think of Denali, because she embodies it and she embodies everything that we're supposed to give our kids. And to me, you set the bar so high for any future board member because you really embody everything this organization stands for. To me, you give your all every day in everything you do. It doesn't matter what you're asked to do, whether it's shake hands or help set up chairs or look at finding the missing dollar. Your skills and your level-headedness when we've needed it the most has just been phenomenal. Your kind heart and your compassion is remarkable, and I have so much admiration for it. To me, we are a better organization having you been a leader that serves us, having been a parent that leads us, and also being a wonderful friend and colleague. I know we will still be in touch, and other organizations are blessed to have you, but please don't be a stranger. Please stay involved, stay a part of this. You're too important to us to say goodbye.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And at this time, we have just a short reception, so if Delight can recess to reception, we have a reception out there for all of the guests and friends and families and just to honor you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I will recess us for the reception. Welcome back, everybody. Our next is items for presentation and discussion, and we're gonna start off with board goals and vision with Dr. Fricker.
Thank you. I know that I have, we discussed starting the process of developing board goals, and also like a mantra or some sort of annual, saying that we can embody, that it also embodies the work that needs to get done in the year ahead. But I wanted to go over just a couple things like broad scope, and then we're gonna go down to the scope that we're gonna be talking about tonight, which are the goals and that mantra. So first off, to start off with board governance. We did develop the board composition profile, which is over there on the right. But then over on the left, through the course of this year, we're gonna be talking about just board direction and goal setting, which is really what we're gonna start talking about tonight. Then also we'll go into board training, board governance, developing board norms, reviewing the bylaws, and then reviewing those board policies, and then board committees. So we're gonna cover that at later board sessions. But to drill down to, I can't get it to go. Oh, there you go. To drill down to towards the goals, board governance is really important. It really defines the framework and it gives structure of how the board operates. And it also is a set of principles and methods that, really the board gives us, the leadership team, direction, guidance. They give us the overall picture of what the board is wanting us to do, and then we have to do the work of how we're gonna actually put that into practice and implement that. So it's a collaborative team effort. This continual cycle of improvement really starts with that board envisioning process, and that's really the goal setting process and those annual initiatives or that annual thought that they want to give us at the beginning of the year so that we can develop all of the strategies that we're going to use to implore and bring that vision to life and execute that, and the overall goal would be ultimately the success of the entire organization. So when we talk about just goal setting, we want to implement a strong governance structure that the board gives to us, but then the board also brings organizational history, I think we've heard some of that tonight, purpose and their core values, but they also want to make sure that the vision statements, mission statements, and core beliefs or core values all align with the culture of the organization and just creating an ongoing positive culture for the organization. And we want to make sure that the board's direction does develop into those board goals, and that those board goals translate into what we would create eventually by the end of this year, and that would be our 3-year plan, our 3-year strategic plan. This is just a little bit about definitions on what mission is, and it's really the work that we want to accomplish. The vision is where we want the organization to go, and those core values are the guiding force of how we get there. I have in the packet just what is our current mission, and that's just for your purview and review. We're not deciding anything about the mission tonight, but should we want to bring that back, please let me know. We can always bring that back if we do think that we feel like it needs a tweak or a change. And then I did include just OPA's mission as well. Same thing, just for your purview and review, and if you think that that's something that we would want to see again, or if we think that this is fine the way it is, that would be up to the board's discretion. But going on to our annual slogan or mantra, and this is just a clear statement, it's an inspirational statement. It really is designed to lead the organization. It could be at a particular time in our organizational development. It could be a particular time where we want to have infinite emphasis or inspiration on culture. It could be something that is just our motto moving forward into this year. And so if the board has any ideas or thoughts, this is one of the areas where we're going to have board discussion, so I'd just like to open it up. If the board does have any discussion on like a theme for the year or a mission mantra for the year, that you would want to give us in terms of direction. Any thoughts?
Don't all speak at once. I think for me, I think a lot of it is OPA is a really special place that embodies incredible values to have high excellence in not only standards, but the whole student, and we put students first. And so I think that for us, looking at how do we continue to be very student-centric in our beliefs, but demonstrating with them kind of the values that we we want to empower them to live by, and then supporting our teachers and administrators to be successful in that way. I don't know, I'll just kick it off with those thoughts. I don't know if there's others around that. I mean, to me, it's, you know, we had in the strategic planning a couple years ago, we were saying strengthen the core. And to me, that really resonated in the sense of looking at how do we continue to be strong for the organization and be successful, but at the same time, be very value driven in what we believe is important to our community and our school and our kids.
And I also think we do really well at a lot of things, but I always want us to be the best, like continuous improvement, and not be okay with where we are, but always looking to wherever we can be better, let's do it. Let's like put the things in place that require us to go to that next level.
I'd almost add that, be the best for our kids.
Yeah.
So that our kids get the best education in Orange County, California.
Yes. Cause it's a school of choice. So, yeah.
I'll probably add to that maybe a specific goal for this year, in the spirit of being strengthen the core and so on, some sense of maybe pick one quality that we want every staff member, every board member, every teacher, everybody to sort of keep that in mind as they make choices this year, right? So maybe something like I think we have a great champions profile. So maybe sort of saying, you know, how do we specifically focus on building that profile, right? It's not just about academics, it's about building a well-rounded individual. So I wonder if we should rally around the champions profile, the wheel, and say, okay, that's going to be our mantra this year, is to make sure that we truly understand what that means and we make incremental good progress towards that, right? So maybe that could be something that is a very specific goal for this year that is aligned with this notion of strengthening the core as well.
So he stole what I was gonna say. So it's good, we're thinking similarly.
Yeah.
I was gonna say too, we could center around the champion profile. Also, just to add to what he said, because it is relatively new, I mean, we rolled it out last year.
Yeah.
And we really do, I think, believe in it as an organization, so how do we further embed it in everything in every way in terms of who we are? And that includes not just for the students, but of course, you know, staff, board, etc. So I really like that idea.
And is the rest of the board okay with centralizing a statement around like building that champion, like building the champion within, or like building on that champion profile?
Yeah, I'm almost saying like building the champion to be the best, like kind of going back, merging some of the ideas. You know, because it is around that profile of the kid. It's like, how do we help the kid excel, not only academically, but the whole person, and still
Whole child.
and the whole child, but it's also like the multiple intelligence pieces, and it's also
Character.
the character, and it's what sets
Civil
us apart, yeah.
obligations.
It's what sets
All
us
of those
apart.
pieces. We talk about, you know, the whole child, so maybe we just we put some mantra about putting the supports in place and whatever supports in place to educate the whole child to excellence in our categories of champion profile, or I don't know how to say this better, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like we just wanna address the whole child and provide whatever structures they need to be their best. I don't know.
And I think it's embedding it in the traditions, the roots of what separates OPA apart from other schools, because I think that's a
It's the
strength.
traditions
Yeah,
that make
the
us
culture.
special, yes, the culture.
But I think too, like pointing it again,
To the champion program.
well, no, like right now we're thinking around like applying it towards students, which is like obviously our focus, but also how do we embrace it and live it again as board members, as staff? Because I think all of it, as I'm looking, like are we upping our game when we're critically thinking about issues we're dealing with or things that we wanna elevate, right? Are we being creative in ways, like in teaching and learning that are different, right? Are we further like collaborating more than we have? And not saying that we're deficient in any of those areas, but again, it's taking them to the next level. So again, for both the students and what they're experiencing and learning, but also for our experiences as part of the organization as well.
And maybe the only other thing I would add from my perspective is I think we spend some energy on getting our awards from outside organizations, which I don't disagree that is important, but I think that should not be our goal. Our goal should not be how many awards we get or how many certifications we get, but our goal should be whichever we pick, if it be a champion profile or we pick like tangible elements to it and make sure that the reason why I'm not saying state scores is because that's very much academic oriented, which is like table stakes for us. So that's why I feel like if we pick those 8 elements that I know there's a ton of energy that went into it, then that should be our focus. That should be how we should be measuring success, and everything else that sort of comes with that certification, like the OC parenting magazine, all of those things are sort of, yeah, that's fine. That's a nice to have, and we should pursue that. But I don't know if that sort of like gives us a pat in the back, but we just need to make sure that translates to true value to our students, our champions, right? I think for me that's like particularly important this year. I think.
Maybe we think about this and come back and
Is
see.
there any other comments? Alright, so I'll capture this, I'll push it back out and we can formulate and kind of resonate on it and then come back with like suggestions as to how do we coalesce the ideas on a particular mantra.
What's the involvement of the broader stakeholder group in formulating the slogan or mantra?
So I would hope to carry that through the organization and kind of lead with that in terms of as we kick off Week of Welcome, as we kind of go forward into the year, like how do we embody the spirit that the board wants us to carry through this year?
So what Amy's asking is, we're looking for feedback from the population to say what they want us to focus on as well, as it from like holistically versus top down.
Yeah, I think we always wanna reflect what we're hearing from like teachers, parents, and we do that in every decision that we make, like we really try to listen. And so I was just curious if there was any feedback or learnings based on all the other interactions you've had in engagement that should help inform what the board should, set out as our slogan or mantra.
Okay, I can see what feedback we have gotten if we've done surveys in the past and or, as we go to the Week of Welcome, we can have people weigh in too.
And maybe it's part of our strategic planning process is that, as we developed a 3-year plan for this year, I think there's a piece of this that we should really involve our stakeholders because we are one community. Everybody is a part of this community. We're all here for the kiddos. And so I think any way that we can long-term kind of set it up so that everybody knows they're valued and a part of this community because they are the ones that are making it successful for the kids.
So do you feel like this should be something that we do in strategy and governance and then bring it back to the board after we've done all of the stakeholders' responses, or does that make sense for it to come through a committee and be more formalized and
Eventually, I think it's one of the reasons that I think that we need to do this is we need to start, looking at our next level of what we're gonna get to. And so in July meeting is the perfect time to do it because even though we have a lot tonight, it's supposed to be our late meeting. And so to me, it's more about, this is starting that process of reuniting our strategic planning. And so it's a slogan, but it's also what are our priorities this year? What do we wanna see success look like this year? And then where do we carry that forward through the next 3 years to continue to be amazing, but again, be leveling up.
I do feel like this would be something that is in strategy and governance.
Yeah.
And the next food for thought item is the board goals and development. So I do know that as board members, there are certain areas that you want us, the leadership team, to focus on. And just, we don't have to develop the whole goal tonight, but just the topic areas of where you're feeling that you want to provide some guidance and direction to us, the leadership team, in developing eventually the board goals that then we would develop strategic plan, action plan around to make sure that we can bring these goals to fruition. And it kind of focuses the organization and it highlights some of the critical components that you as board members feel are important for us to know. As both Michael and I are relatively new, I think it's important for us to get this guidance from the board. So if you have any suggestions on topics that you want covered in a board goal, and or if you have like a goal in mind, we'll capture those and we'll do the same thing with it.
I'll kick off. I think fiscal management is extremely important for us, not only as a board, but our entire organization. And opening a middle school took a lot. And so really looking at how do we continue to support our teachers in the ways that we can, give our kids all the things they need, and continue to provide the best education and having it done in a very fiscally sound way.
I would like to see a lot more processes in place. I mean, we've talked about this, which Michael is on it, but processes and policies and procedures that need to be followed and documented and becomes part of our organization's culture.
Paul, do you have anything?
I was gonna ask Amy if she wanted to go because I stole her point last time, so if she wants to go, I was gonna go.
Steal away.
No, I agree on the fiscal side. I would maybe even broaden it to overall governance. I think that there is we have potentially new board members coming on, and we cannot rely on the institutional knowledge of individuals in the organization. That's where sort of the overall governance and, as Denali pointed out, the process comes into play. I think that as an organization, as we've matured, we've come to realize that there are some processes that need to be put in place just because, we are a small organization. But really, if we want to become a sustained, long-term strategic organization that doesn't rely on individuals, but relies on the organization, and we need to build that broader governance piece. Having said that, you guys know fiscal is sort of my pet subject. I think every school is in a different stage of its fiscal call it maturity, right? I mean, SOC and SV are in pretty good shape. Middle school, obviously, because it's a new school, and so we talked earlier about more specifically the issues we need to kind of resolve, and these are big ticket questions that I don't know how we're going to find time in either finance committee and or the broader board meeting so that we have everybody's stakeholder input. But certainly we need to stabilize the middle school's balance sheet, which, by the way, to the rest of the community, it's not unusual, right? We're starting a new school, but we need to spend some time investing in that so that we continue to keep the energy, the right levels of investment that we're looking for, and all of that won't come without the right level of governance, right? So we have, Kim, you and Michael are going to bring a new perspective. You're going to bring in sort of the larger organization view to OPA as well, and I think that imagine we were a startup and now we're kind of maturing into a bigger, stronger organization, and we obviously need people like you to come and tell us where we need to beef up, what we need to strengthen, right? So I have full confidence on the academic side. I think we have a fantastic academic outcomes committee, and obviously our teachers are top notch. So I think that will continue, but the foundational element, which is the governance and fiscal piece, has to be stable. And so I'm looking forward to you guys investing time and telling us what we need to invest in. If we need outside help in terms of consultants who need to come and help us out, you should bring those to attention to us, because this is the time to invest. Now is the time to invest, not 2 years hence when we will be in budget shortfalls and so on.
Other goals?
So I also had stability in the areas of finances and staff.
Mhm.
I think we've gone through a lot of changes over the last couple years in a lot of different capacities, and so I want everyone, like where we're all striving for excellence and improvement and innovation, I also want everyone to have a moment to exhale once in a while. And then I don't know, it's challenged what Paul said a little bit around academic, and I agree with we are excellent already in many ways. But I would like to see some focus on getting our academic excellence definition for the organization across the finish line. We have it drafted, we've gotten stakeholder input.
Yeah.
I'd really love it over the next year to be adopted and embedded into the way we're looking at our metrics and measuring our performance. And because I think we can never, no matter how good it is, take our eye off that. At the end of the day, that's what we're here for.
Well, and I'd almost like to echo that. To me, it's continuing to be that high performing academics, but it's uniting that passion for learning. And I think that's one thing that sets OPA apart, is that kids are excited to come to school and learn. And if they need help, they have the support with our programs as well. It's like, no matter where you are at, you are accepted for who you are, and we are going to help you exceed academically and be a better person. And to that end, I think a board goal that I see as important is that we need to do everything we can to support our teachers, our administration, the rest of the organization to be able to give the best education to our kids.
And I have one more thought too for consideration. I hope this doesn't come off as a bad word, but standardization across the 3 schools in certain areas.
Like alignment.
Yes,
Alignment.
Alignment's a better word.
sorry. Alignment. Okay, thank you.
Or one organization.
One organization, and as I've gone to different schools, attended different events, like I have seen really differing levels of different things, and so I think in some ways we could benefit from, we wanna provide a similar experience and feeling across our community. And so having some of those expectations across all 3, but then leaving the space for that individualism and ability to do things and each of them be unique. So it's a delicate calibration, but I think there's some refinement that could be done.
And because we are a charter school, we can be dynamic in changing what doesn't work and looking at new things as well, right? So being innovative where we need to be. Because we're not stuck in the red tape in certain ways. Like if something's not working for our school, we should really figure that out and really look at that and change it if it needs to. But I mean, I understand the standardization, but culturally, we have been able to do the multiple intelligence. We've been able to teach kids where they are and to develop them. And so just knowing what works for our kids on an individual basis.
What I'm thinking too, now that we have 2 different schools feeding into one, to me it's even more important those 2 schools have a lot of alignment, right? As those kids come together, that they're starting from a similar place as they enter middle school.
The only other thing I would add is that finding ways to honor our traditions and values. I was so excited to see some of the OPA programs come back this last year because it does separate us, and I think it makes an OPA a school of choice, and it makes it a very special place. And I think that that's part of our secret sauce, and I wanna make sure that we don't lose that in everything. But I do agree definitely with Amy, and I do think that the more that we can have that, you know, we want our kids, regardless of what location they're coming from, to feel that they're always OPA, regardless of their grade level.
Yeah, I'd like to see us embrace some of those traditions.
Okay.
You know.
Paul, any other thoughts?
I'm good, thank you.
Anyone else? I will capture these, I'll push them back out, and then we can bring them back and we'll kind of formulate them as we move forward. And I do apologize for the action upstairs, there's construction going on, so we're getting new neighbors. But anyway, thank you for that, and we'll continue work on that, and I think I do appreciate the comment about the governance committee, those will be, you know, starting back up once we do adopt new board members and then we place them on the committees. I think this is a really good kind of segue into getting that rolling and functioning and then really setting that governance and direction, so.
And you know, we do need committee members.
I'll check with my family.
Oh, they're gone, so
I can say yes.
So you can say yes. Just, you know.
Well, thank you, Dr. Fricker. Moving on, you actually have the next item, the board member selection process and interview.
So I do have a small presentation, I'm just gonna get everybody back, remind everybody of where we are in the selection process, and then we're gonna bring up a candidate for a second round interview. I believe you all have the updated questions in front of you or on your table. I think, Paul, you have them as well. And just to remind you, we started this process way back May 15th. We've gone through an open, transparent process. We've accepted applications. We've gone through first round, a screening process and a first round interview. This is the second round. We split them up into two different meetings. The June 28th meeting, we saw 2 candidates for interview, and the July 25th meeting, we are seeing 2 candidates for interview, although 1 candidate could not be here tonight and dropped out this morning. So we only have 1 candidate for you this evening, but that's our overall timeline. The vacancies filled, we do have the original vacancy, and then now Ms. Agarwal has created the second vacancy. And just to remind us, Mr. Kagu did not resign from the board. He will at some point in time. He did resign from board president, just to clarify that if there was any confusion. We did develop a board profile so that we can identify the areas. This came from our bylaws. It also came from the 2 charters, so we pulled it all together to align a board directive here, and I think this is a really good outline of where the skill sets would be that would really advance the board and give them governance and oversight of the areas that is outlined in your bylaws. So some of you have some of these already, and we will be looking for additional characteristics with Ms. Agarwal and Mr. Kagu with an impending departure from the board. That finance area is something that may be of interest for the board to be looking for. Also, anything with legal, construction, real estate, social human services are the areas where you may want to round out some of those skills or look for a person. That's just the term out dates for the board members. And then potential candidates, like I said before, we had the first interview for 2 candidates in June, the second one here, and 1 member is no longer with us tonight, so we will only be interviewing 1 candidate. And with that, I would like to bring up Betsy to the seat. You have your interview questions?
Yes.
Okay. And so we will be going through the second round interview. It is an open session, we apologize for that, but that is in the bylaws to do, so and we're so glad to have Ms. Agarwal with us. She isn't really technically able to depart from the board until a successor is named. So that's the caveat there. So with that, I want to turn it over to the second round selection. I believe, Paul, you have the first question, and then it goes to Delight.
Okay, hi, welcome. Thank you for taking the time. I'll start with my first question. What interests you about serving on our board of directors?
I have been a parent at OPA since 2014 when my daughter entered kindergarten. She's currently a sophomore at OSHA. And I would like families who are coming to OPA to experience the OPA I experienced. And I have participated in almost all the ways you can volunteer at OPA. I've been an art mom teaching art. I've been a room mom. I have sat on numerous panels for distinguishment for OPA, like Schools to Watch or when Capo comes to visit. I have been part of a PBIS committee. I have been chairman of the School Site Council. I have been a parent ambassador, and I've been on the board of Honor Society for a number of years. I've even spoken at SVUSD and the OCBE in support of the middle school. So this next step in joining the board would be the next step in my OPA journey.
Wonderful. Please share your understanding of the role of a board member and why you are interested in serving in this capacity at OPA.
The board of directors is ideally the captain of the ship. They steer the ship to the destination following OPA's vision and guidance and governance. They ensure that the crew is well-skilled and well-managed, and they resolve any issues while ensuring that there's a safe and successful journey for all passengers and students alike. And I'm interested in utilizing my OPA knowledge and my background to help facilitate that.
Wonderful, thank you.
All right, number 3, please tell us about your background, including professional or other relevant experience and qualifications you have that will help you be successful in this role.
I have a background in finance with various accounting jobs prior to becoming a stay-at-home mom, which I can utilize on this board, seeing as our finance person is currently leaving. The last few years I've dedicated a lot of time and energy to serving OPA. I have knowledge of how OPA works and the community stakeholder perspective. I have already explained the ways that I volunteered at OPA, which shows my heart for service and my leadership skills. Through my service, I've earned a reputation for ethical decision-making, which is very important to a board like this. Beyond my finance background and my heart for service, my family is very tech passionate. My husband is a CEO of a software company, and we are very passionate about tech at our house. And I have attended many LCAP meetings pushing for coding and more technology in the classroom. I have run a fundraiser at SOC to provide extra funds for the STEAM lab. And I would love to utilize all that fun tech knowledge in my board position.
Hi.
Hi.
As a board member, you represent one of 5 members and are not a single decision maker. How have you worked as a team to make critical decisions?
As a prospective board member, I understand the importance of collaboration and collective decision-making. I've utilized this in the Honor Society boards and as being part of School Site Council in the past. I would use active listening to fully understand the perspectives of my other board members and the issues that arise to fully understand them. I would respect each board member's view and keep an open mind. I would work to find common ground with my other board members in whatever arises and use clear, transparent communication to add value to the discussion.
Board members represent the whole organization, both equitably and transparently. Organizational leadership often covers difficult topics and requires members to make difficult decisions. These decisions may be agreeable with some constituents and disagreeable with others. What strategies would you use to navigate a board decision that is viewed as unfavorable?
When navigating an unpopular decision, I would use clear and transparent communication with consistent messaging to help explain the rationale behind a decision. Often people are upset about decisions that are made because they don't understand how we got to that answer. I would also make sure they're fact-based decisions with evidence to support our decision, and that I would like to engage any stakeholder input whenever possible into decision-making. I would acknowledge the impact of the decision on all the affected parties with empathy and understanding.
And this is the last question. Is there anything that you would want to share with us or would add to your candidacy that we did not previously ask?
I would like to thank you for this opportunity. OPA has a special place in my heart. Neither of my kids actively go to OPA, but I have helped serve both SOC and SV. Well, I'm sorry, the middle school this past year. And I've currently been helping SV with SphereAware stuff. And I have a heart for OPA. And I would also like to acknowledge that I come from a special needs family and I have that Scholar Academy knowledge perspective.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this time, that would end the interview process. We thank you for being here and you just did well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to community input. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the agenda or non-agendized items. To address the board, please fill out a request to address the board directors and submit it online or in person prior to the start of the meeting. Once called upon, state your name and whether or not you have children attending OPA schools. Comments are not to exceed 3 minutes per individual. Comments will be accepted for a total of 20 minutes for agendized and non-agendized items. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. All meetings are recorded via Zoom. Do we have any community input?
We do not.
Okay, perfect. Moving on, items for action. The first item is action item A, approve board member selection. Per Oxford Preparatory Academy 10th amended bylaws, each OPA board or OPA director serves a term of 2 years. It is recommended that the board approve action item A. May I please have a motion?
I make a motion?
May I have a second?
Second.
All right, then then we have discussion and then we'll figure out where we go from there. Okay.
So just in front of you, you do have the bios, just for your reference, if, because remember we invited to the prior meeting, just so that it would refresh the board's memory.
And there was supposed to be another candidate here tonight,
There
correct?
was, and
Okay,
they canceled this morning.
okay. Well, did they still want to be considered as a candidate or not?
They wanted to be considered in the future.
Okay, so we would take them off
We
the
would
list.
take them off.
Okay, that's just helpful for clarification, I guess.
Yes.
Wonderful, okay. Do we have discussion for this?
You can open up discussion.
Okay, so I make a motion to select 2 board members to fill the 2 vacancies. Is that,
Didn't we already just do a
You
motion?
motion-
No, you have to
Yeah,
amend the
motion.
motion.
so
So you just discuss which candidates you would try to come to consensus on to pick and select.
And just to reiterate what was outlined earlier in your presentation.
Mhm.
Currently, we have 2 vacancies. We're looking to fill the previous vacancy and then with the departure of Denelli.
Yes.
Then we would handle Paul's possible departure later.
Date.
When we have a resignation date, we would go through a process to select a replacement for him.
So
okay, so 2 people, and so do we just state that, like, tell me how to proceed, are we gonna state the names of the people that we recommend,
You can discuss what characteristics you want to look for out of the 3 remaining potential candidates. And you could state who you feel would be most reflective of those characteristics that you would want to appoint as a new board member.
And,
go ahead, no, you
I
have
was gonna
a
ask you.
question.
Yeah, and so all 3 that we're considering have kids at SOC, correct?
No.
No,
Betsy
Betsy
does
does not, cause her kids graduated from
She would be
or no.
representative of a community
member. Okay, that's helpful to know. Thank you for the clarification. Go ahead, Amy, your question.
Oh, I don't have a question, I was gonna jump in, so if there are other
Okay.
questions, let's get those out
No.
first. I was just gonna jump in on it from a general
Go.
lens of how I approach this and, I
Yeah.
think I will just say this has been a very rigorous process, having worked with member Agarwal as the board committee over the last several months. And doing the first interviews with candidates, reviewing resumes, et cetera. And I just wanna say thank you to all of those who participated and stuck with us through this process. We really appreciate it. Generally, I was looking for like a demonstrated knowledge and understanding of board roles and governance. Of course, skills and expertise, and as you presented that profile wheel, what is our current makeup as a board and where could we possibly utilize additional talent in those different areas? And then of course, I was just looking for an overall demonstration of alignment to our mission as an organization and a commitment to serve as a board member to meet that mission. So anyway, that's what I was looking for in general.
I feel strongly about having a financial strong financial people, because Paul and I leaving, and where the economy's going and where the future holds, I'd really like to recommend that we focus on finance.
I think I have a couple of considerations as well. One is, while Delight brings a significant amount of legal knowledge, it'll be good to have somebody who has some semblance of legal background beyond academic exposure. So I would certainly say that is something that I believe as an organization, we obviously will rely on our partners, but it's always helpful to have somebody who can sort of speak that language as well. And then I think the point you guys made earlier, which is this notion of maybe having a board that has one board member that is not a parent, but has access, or just like what I think Denali to some extent played that part because Eva was graduating. But I think that would be another consideration I would put forward to the board. Think about that as well, right? So yeah, I'm certainly thinking about that aspect as well. So you have a good balance of parent versus pure board member, but make sure that there's a connection to OPA, right? I think that's another one. I think we're losing a wealth of knowledge with Denali, but Delight's a founding member of SV. Amy and I have been members for several years, but certainly we don't bring the old, as you guys say, OPA culture always. So, right. So I think it'll be helpful to have that as well.
I do think that someone who has governance experience and even strategic planning experience, especially with the topics that we were just discussing, would be helpful also. So it's kind of looking at, when we look at these three potential ones, which of those three are the best two that would move forward? So are we doing this one at a time, saying who we want to do? Are we doing it two at a time?
So you could go and amend your motion to pick one or both,
Okay,
but you would make one motion.
okay,
So since you've already kind of agreed to pick two,
Okay.
you would select two names in your, who made the first one? Did you make the motion? In your amended motion.
okay. Does anybody want to select names at this point, or do you want to have more discussion?
I'm fine to pick names, but I'm happy to have more discussion if we need it.
Yeah, I'm good to pick. I'm good to nominate. If I need to nominate, I'm happy to nominate.
So you would just have to amend the motion, and then, so you are going to amend your motion to approve action item A with whatever names you pick.
Okay.
And then you would wait for a second by a board meeting.
So I recommend that we amend the motion to action item A and nominate the actual names,
The names.
Michael DeLune and Elizabeth Freiler.
I'll second.
All right, I guess at this point, we will do a roll call.
Well,
Oh, do we have?
Now that we have names,
Does
is
Paul
there any
agree?
further discussion? Yeah.
Paul, do you have
a counter to that?
any other names?
No, I don't. I think if I sort of go back down the list of considerations I had placed for myself, Michael brings that legal knowledge and senior leadership knowledge as well. So that's very helpful. I think he, and then Elizabeth Feiler, she, I think in her profile I read she has an accounting background. She's a small business owner, but also this notion of being a long-time OPA, not only just a parent, but also like the honor society. So they check the boxes for me. It doesn't mean that the other candidates are not it's just that at this point in time, in terms of what we need, it feels like, Denali, I agree with your recommendations.
And I'm the same. I would have, if I was doing the motion, I would have named the same two based on what was just stated. And again, I think all of the candidates we spoke to check various boxes, but considering like where we're at today and what we need right now, I agree that Mr. DeLune and Ms. Freiler are a good choice at this time.
And I would just like to echo that. I think they're the two strongest candidates at this moment for what we're looking at. And they've got such great diverse backgrounds that I think that not only do they have the love for OPA, but they bring the skill set that would definitely round out this board, especially given your departure. And to me, that coupled with the governance, strategic planning, budgeting, and then having someone that's actually a community member and then also someone who understands OPA is really rare. And so I would definitely echo those sentiments. So with that being said, I will move to a roll call vote. Member Argawal?
Aye.
Member Kagu?
Aye.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Travis is aye. Welcome, Michael and Betsy, to the board.
And I will, you will get officially sworn in at the next meeting, but I will correspond to all of the candidates and let them know where they are, what happened, and then next steps for the ones that move forward.
Perfect.
We can't seem to get away with board members and staff members having the same name. So now Amy gets relief, but Michael doesn't get relief. So
Oh no, there's gonna be two Michaels.
Both in finance.
Can I ask a quick process question? So if they're sworn in the next meeting, how does that work with Denelli?
That's fine, the vote is what carries.
Okay,
And so then when they come into official office, we'll just swear them in and they will be seated at the board table.
got it.
But we'll do it at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, perfect.
and Tim, to the extent that you could facilitate the onboarding, and if you need me as past president or any of the other board members, please, because I think we have several important decisions coming up, so we need to get them onboarded as soon as possible. So any help you need from us, please let us know.
I definitely, thank you so much, Paul, for that, and I will reach out to them tomorrow and start that process. Schedule with them and start that process.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, and welcome, Betsy and Michael.
Yes.
I don't know if Michael is online, but hopefully he's excited wherever he is. Moving on to action item B, approved declaration of need of fully qualified educators for the 2024 and 2025 school year. And it's for all three schools, Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School, Oxford Preparatory Academy Saddleback Valley, Oxford Preparatory Academy South Orange County. The declaration need is an annual document required by our local education agency as a prerequisite for the insurance of any emergency permit or limited assignment permit. The 2024-2025 DON allows OPA to apply for the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing for the insurance of an emergency cross-cultural language and academic development and/or limited term assignment permits for teachers. English learners identified in K through 12, not TK, just K through 12, including charter schools, are required to receive services designated to meet their linguistic and academic needs based on school assessments. If it has been determined that a student requires English learner services, the teacher providing this service must hold an approximate English learner authorization. And so at this point, can I receive a motion?
I make a motion.
A second? And then discussion?
It does include TK.
It does include TK. Okay, so that is okay, so it'll be amended to say TK. And this is just to make sure that we have, that it's not an issue for us at any level for credentialing, correct?
Correct. So when we have out-of-state candidates, they may or may not have the EL authorization, and so the state provides a one-year provision for them to get that. And so we go through this process so they can get authorized and be California compliant. But they do have a California credential,
Okay,
just not the authorization in addition.
got it. Yeah, we want all of our teachers to be credentialed.
Yes.
It's a must.
Yes, we do.
Any questions or discussion? No. Okay. Roll call vote. Member Urquhart?
Aye.
Member Kagu?
Aye.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Travis is aye as well. Next is items for consent.
Member
Items-
Travis,
Yes.
point of clarification. So I might have missed this, but did we choose to table items B through H?
I'm sorry.
For items for consent?
I think he means B1.
So items for action, did we choose to table B through H?
B is, we just did, and then it moves to items for consent.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yes. Items to consent. Items under the consent are voted on by the board in one motion. There's no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless a member of the board or staff requests specific items to be pulled from consent. The executive director recommends approval on all consent items. Following approval by the board, each item shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. May I please receive a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve items for consent.
And items A through G.
Items A through G.
I second. It did have. Did anybody want anything pulled from it?
From what I can pull, I did have a general discussion around this topic, that was something I wanted to talk about.
Okay.
I wanted to understand the self-membership excess liability a little bit more.
Certainly.
Which number is that?
That's number 5G.
So G5? Okay, so let's pull G5 from the consent.
Yep.
And then, where is it? I did have a question on, I don't know where it is. The employee handbook.
I don't wanna pull it, I just have a question.
You have to,
You have to
pull it to ask a question.
And then you get discussion.
Okay.
I am looking for the employee handbook.
C2.
Yes, I would like to pull C2. So C2 and G5, is there any other ones that,
I have a more broader quest. I don't need to pull out agenda items, but maybe a quick comment from Michael. So one of the things that we've often asked is if the budget or financial impact is already factored in the budget or if it's incremental. If you could go back to putting that in as the financial impact is already in the budget, or is it incremental? And then if you could give us a rough sense of which of these things are incremental versus in the budget.
yeah, it's not all
Yes,
listed.
certainly, I think before, I might have mentioned that in the weekly, I know there's something that goes out before when items are.
Yeah.
So I might have discussed it there, if I hadn't discussed it, I'll make sure that that's
It
added.
needs to be in here.
In here,
No,
so,
I mean, it's on there, I mean, in fact, for some of these items, there's savings.
no, I mean, I think it's that, I know it's a budget financial impact, but we wouldn't wanna know if it's been budgeted before, if this is a new add to our budget.
Unless noted, everything falls
budgeted.
within budget. There's nothing on here that, in my conversation with Rosa, Palomino, that it's outside of the budget, what's been budgeted.
Yeah, I think that's I mean, we can discuss this offline, but that's kind of cause for confusion because I mean, unless you say that none of this is outside the budget, unless you state so, I mean, then I guess we could make that. But then, yeah, that's fine. We can discuss this later. And then for item 4, the insurance portion, the liability insurance, have you guys made sure that we have adequate liability insurance as required?
We need to pull that from
Do you wanna
consent.
pull for?
They're pulling that out. Okay, sorry. I couldn't-
What's the number, Paul?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I may have the wrong number here, but it's the liability insurance, the Aon insurance renewal proposal, right?
G4?
Yeah, G4.
As you said, yeah.
Yeah, I think in the future, if we're gonna make a motion, and I think you seconded it already, like,
The full item.
no, yeah,
Oh,
before
no.
making a motion, we should pull them.
So we are pulling them,
Okay.
so now we would make the motion to approve
Yeah,
with the
amended.
exception of C2, G5, and G4.
Okay. So can I please?
Wait.
It's 3.
Sorry.
So it's C2, G4, and G5.
Yes.
So can I get an amended motion?
I'll amend my motion to approve items for consent, except for C2, G4, and G5.
Yes. Okay, All right, I will second it. And is there any other discussion?
So yeah, I just had I wanted to let my board mates know, I think we all understand as a matter of efficiency, we've changed our practice a little bit in putting a lot more in consent than we previously had, right? And it's standard practice in other districts, so it's all good, but I've asked for a little more understanding on the criteria of when something goes in consent versus when it's a separate action item. Especially around like our policies. And so like for board policies, it was explained to me, we'll start implementing a new practice around doing a first read. And then the second time it comes to the board, it's in consent, because we've already
that's
had it. So there's stuff like that, but again, I don't think we've discussed that, it's just kind of, we're testing out this new model, and so.
That is a great item for the governance committee.
Well, but it hasn't existed, so I thought, let me share this comment now while we're talking about consent items, so. Yeah, something.
And I do think that we can talk about that in governance and then develop that as to what the board wants, come back and share that with the board in terms of what's the criteria. Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, are we ready for a roll call vote then?
Then we have to discuss C2.
We usually.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry, yes, you're right. You're right.
So this is amended motion for the consent items minus C2, G4, and G5. Roll call vote, Member Argwal.
Aye.
Member Kagu.
Aye.
Member Smith.
Aye.
And Member Travis is aye as well. Okay, so moving on to action item C2, which is under Operations Human Resources, approve the 2024-2025 Oxford Preparatory Academy Employee Handbook. So we can just ask her questions now? Okay, perfect. I really wanna first of all congratulate Eva for an amazing revision to our employee handbook. I think there was definitely some great additions in there, especially with all the new compliance things. I would just like to make sure that we get in a habit of regularly getting our employee handbook updated, and not only yearly, but if there is other legislation or other matters, that we make sure that we're bringing it back. My understanding is we'll bring it back again soon.
Possibly.
Okay, that was my question, so, and just congratulations, that was great job. Alright, with that,
So we can approve that, do we do it individually then,
Yeah.
approve the individual?
Individually.
Yeah. just like we would normally, so I make a motion to approve the 2024-2025 Oxford Preparatory Academy Employee Handbook. Can I get a second?
A second.
Okay, roll call vote, Member Argwal.
Aye.
Member Kagu.
Aye.
Member Smith.
Aye.
And Member Travis is aye as well. Okay, moving on to the next one, G4 under the chief.
G2 and
No, G4 and G5.
G2.
It was C2.
C2.
Yeah, it was C2. So approve the Aon Oxford Preparatory Academy Insurance Renewal Proposal for the 2024 and 2025 program year. The Aon Oxford Preparatory Academy Insurance Renewal Proposal for the fiscal year 2024 and 2025 program year includes the insurance coverage for general liability, excessive liability, commercial property, workers' compensation, crime, excessive crime, directors and officers, employment practices, liability, fiduciary, cyber litigation, liability, and student accident. The administration recommends approving the 2024 and 2025 Aon Insurance Renewal Package. Paul, you would like to discuss this?
Yeah, I think that one of the things that I just want to make sure is that whatever we are required by law in terms of insurance coverage levels are in place. And so what I'm saying is that let's not make sure that we just take our coverage from last year and roll it forward, but if you can please do an assessment to make sure that the liability, we are required by our charter authorities to keep a certain level of insurance. I just want to make sure that that's been factored in.
Yeah, that's been factored in, Mr. Kugu. Actually, I looked at last year's endorsements that we have with our authorizing entities, and they are in alignment with what's required. So now, after this is passed, we'll be getting those additional endorsements, and we'll get the binders that we can send over to our authorizing entities.
Is that also in compliance with our facility use agreements
It
for
is.
capo and
It is.
stuff?
It has to be.
Okay, perfect. Wonderful.
And actually, there's something I'd like to add as well. If you guys would have read the update I had sent out, or what was sent out, I think there was about $44,000 in total savings. This is primarily driven by our workers' compensation package. The metrics that were used to calculate our workers' comp percentage or fees or premium is actually allowed us to capture some savings, so which is
Wonderful.
it's great.
So that would be great to have in here,
Mhm.
kind of going
Yeah.
back to what we were talking about, is that projected was X, savings was X in the budget. So if that's the kind of stuff we actually like to see on the agenda specifically.
Okay, I mean, I can send it in the update before it as well as the agenda.
Okay, yeah, it's more when we're looking to approve it, it's helpful to see it, so. Awesome.
Good job.
Yeah, wonderful, that's wonderful that you saved that. All right, any other questions from the board?
No, for G4.
Okay. Okay,
So, G5,
Move to
we need a,
approve G.
yes. She's ready to be off the board.
alright.
Do you wanna call for a motion?
Yes, can I please get a motion for that?
I'll move to approve, item G4.
A second.
Okay, roll call vote, member Argywell,
Aye.
member Kagu,
Aye.
member Smith,
Aye.
and member Travis is aye as well. Next one is G5.
Okay, I just want clarification. I know, G2.
Can I say what it is first?
Sorry.
And so that everybody knows
I'll
what
let you,
we're talking
I'll let
about.
you do your job, that's fine.
Trust me, it's okay. Approve the self-membership excessive liability insurance proposal for the 2024-2025 self-assembly bill 218 expanded childhood sexual abuse statute of limitations. The school excess liability fund, self, coverage renewal is a fund excess liability insurance coverage to 55 million per claim, 50 million in excess of 5 million in limits for the fiscal year 2024-2025. The administration recommends approving the excessive liability insurance coverage for self, with self. Okay,
Not excessive, excess.
excess, sorry. I don't want to.
So, number 2, compared to number 5, number 2 is an old invoice, or we owe
So-
money from that before, so there is if I'm understanding that correctly, we do have a budget impact that we weren't planning this year in that particular place, am I correct?
We haven't closed the books yet. From what I'm seeing right now in our unaudited actuals, there will be some savings that over the course of the year, we budget to expend all dollars that we receive, whether they be in personnel, contracted services, materials and supplies. Through the course of the year, sometimes those actual expenditures don't materialize. As in terms of maybe a line item that we might be slightly over budget in total insurance. However, in the comprehensive picture of what we're looking at, I believe we're still within, there's gonna be savings that we're gonna be capturing.
So,
So this was an unexpected expense, but overall, it's not making us,
I wouldn't say it's material.
right.
okay,
And this is driven due to Assembly Bill 218. This, I believe, was passed in 2022, maybe a year or two earlier, but as it states here, it expands statute of limitations on childhood sexual abuse cases, where other school districts that have been around for, let's say, 75 years, it really opens up the net for potential litigation cases, or litigation. In the case of OPA, the years of operation is a lot more limited in scope. However, the need is still expressed. There's been very high profile cases within the state of California, namely those in some in the Bay Area, where the awards have been in excess of $100 million. So, the school excess liability fund actually is standard across the entire state. My prior district, the prior invoice that we had to owe in terms of excess premium was to the tune of $500,000. So this is just a liability that the state, due to the passage of this assembly bill, school districts and charter schools have had to take on. And this is the way, or the premium that we pay in order to protect ourselves financially.
I can't remember, I can't remember us doing this before. Paul, do you remember this before? Okay, yeah, so
Yeah, this was actually, was, I believe, when I look back in prior,
We have it in,
agendas, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
it was.
okay, great.
Yeah, by law, we
You have
have
to.
to
Okay,
have
good.
coverage.
Okay, but then this, so number 2
Yeah, so if you,
is old,
yes,
so we didn't pay it before.
so yeah, that actually came in May.
Okay.
That if you were to click onto the attachments,
Mhm.
it kind of goes into how
Yeah,
your
I see that.
actuarials are
Yeah.
looking backwards
Yeah, I get that,
to
yeah.
what
Looking
that,
back.
what that amount is.
Okay. That's all that, okay,
Cool.
thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, roll call vote, member Argwal?
Aye.
Member Kagu? You're muted.
Aye.
Member Smith?
Who made this motion?
To,
Did we, I just wanna make sure we had the motion on this one for G5.
Oh,
There was no motion?
sorry, sorry, let's go back. It's been a long night. May I please have a motion for G5?
I make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote, member Argwal?
Aye.
Member Kagu?
Aye.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Travis is aye as well. All right, moving on to executive director report.
Alright, so last, on the 19th, we had our summer picnic, which I host for the staff who works all year round and through the summer. And I know that many of like our custodial crew are working in hot schools, often doing labor intensive jobs. And so everyone's also working towards opening up school, and that's a really heavy lift usually in the summertime. So I just normally throw a picnic. We had a taco truck, we had a great fun time, we were in the Estes Honor Hall, and I think a great time was had by all. So it's one of those traditions that I think it's just really important to show your summer staff how valued they are, and you appreciate the heavy lift that they do, getting us open for school. So this is all about getting us ready for school. I just wanna thank Trish, she's not here tonight, but the chancellors as well, just for helping us all schedule the week of welcome. It's all dialed in, all the plans have been solidified. Thank you, Katie, we made a video right before the board meeting started to welcome our friends and our families and our parents and also our staff back to school. And that will go out tomorrow, and then followed by the chancellor's emails, which would go out on Monday. So we have coordinated communications going out just to welcome everybody back on campus. And then I also wanna thank Katie for putting together a Kinder video, welcome, which is super cute, which I have for you tonight for your preview. You'll see it first before anyone sees it, and it's just something that showcases to all of our Kinder families why our OPA culture and our OPA programs are so valuable and so needed for so many, and we wanna welcome them. So here you go. And that ends my report.
Thank you so much. Such cute kiddos. Can we have, next is our Chief Business Officer. Welcome, Michael, to your first official meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, my report is, we're tuning up on summer cleaning. We've rented, pressure washers, carpet cleaners that have motors gone bad, replacing them, trying to clean up the asphalt. We have summer projects. Really trying to get that deep cleaning in so that our schools are safe, welcoming, and engaging for our students and our families in the community. We're working on fiscal year end. We're hoping to find some lots of pockets of savings and improve our financial position. So I've been working with Ms. Palomino very diligently on that topic. I've been doing a lot of listening, a lot of learning. I feel like a sponge in an ocean of knowledge and information, so just really trying to soak it in as much as I can. But yeah, Dr. Firk has been great. There's lots of levity with the staff at OPA, the central office, as well as the chancellors. And I'm excited to continue the work that needs to be done through the summer as we get closer to opening school.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Moving on to director's reports. Member Kugu, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Member Smith?
Yeah, I will just, so building off of the kinder video, say thank you as a parent, because I got it yesterday
Oh.
with an incoming kinder student.
Yeah.
We watched it 3 times last night. And I hope we get to do the same activities that were shared there, because he mentioned he's looking forward to doing those things, especially the school bus. But I think it's great because especially, and I know I've talked to Dr. Kreming and Dr. Fricker about this, for our incoming TK and kindergarten families, a lot of times it is their first experience with OPA. And I think it's so critical that we really make that the best, like, onboarding possible. Cause you know, like me, like I don't have the older kids yet, this has been my first, so I really appreciate all the existing work that's been done, and I look forward to elevating where we can for new families. And thank you just to all the work that's been happening throughout the summer school program, and I know a lot of folks think, yes, there are some areas that slow down, but there's a lot of areas that ramp up, that get taken care of during the summer that I think often go unrecognized, so appreciate it, and thank you to our new staff for just jumping in, keeping things moving, and we really appreciate everybody and what they're doing, so, thank you.
Wonderful. Denali, I'll have you go last so that you can close us out. I just want to again thank Denali for her amazing service. I'm excited for our new school year to start, but to what Member Smith said, there's a lot that needs to happen between now and then. So I'm just so appreciative of all the hard work that's happening right now. But I also want to take a moment and recognize all the amazing things that have happened this summer. The summer school program this summer, so many parents and kids are raving about it, from the 5th grade bridge program to the summer school at SV, to the extra classes that the kids are doing to ramp up for the next school year. It's really exciting to kind of see all the excitement even in the summer with our kids. So to me, I just want to thank all the teachers and admins for making it a very successful summer. And also even to our teachers that did some learning this summer, I think it's MTSS, I don't know if I'm getting it right, but and to take the time to continue to perfect their craft so that it's for the betterment of our kids. Very excited about that. Also want to give a shout out to Mr. Rechting, our new middle school dean, very excited for him. And another welcome to Michael, but thank you all for all your hard work, and if we will be starting school before you know it, so Denali, I'll yield to you to close us out.
Okay, I just wanted to thank everyone. It's been a pleasure working with you all and watching your kids grow and watching you grow over the last 12 years. So I'm not gonna cry. I thank you all. I appreciate you all, and it's an amazing school. We were at the brink of closure in 2018, and look how far we've come, and we are
going to move mountains, and this organization will be here for a long time, and it's built on the shoulders of all of you and all of your hard work, and it's nice to have a place that kids who don't have other options or don't want the other options that are available have a place to come and find, and I found my people at OPA. I found my people, so I'm grateful for all of the experience and all of the time, and I wish you all great luck, and I know you're gonna do amazing things, so I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you, and with that, we will move back into closed session. We do not take offense if anybody leaves, but
You're all welcome to leave.
yes, exactly.
Or stay.
Yes,
Yeah, you're welcome
you can
to
stay
too.
as long as you like. But thank you all for participating tonight, and Denali, yeah, we're gonna miss you. All right, we will move to close.
Thank you.
All right, we return from closed session at 10:43 p.m. We have no action to report from closed session. We will move to adjournment. May I please receive a motion?
I make a motion?
And can I get a second?
Second.
All right, meeting is adjourned. Oh, roll call. Member Argwal?
Aye.
Member Kagu is not here. Member Smith?
Aye.
And Member Travis? Aye. And so let me just say this is recommended the Board of Directors adjourn the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on July 25th, 2024. And with that, we are adjourned at 10:43